Ah.
What? 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 Sorry. Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair. Silent Hill. Silent Hill. Silent Hill. Silent Hill.
Hello, my name is George. I'm streaming a game called Signalis on a Friday night at 7:45 p.m. Hello. Hello and welcome. There we go. Now it's happening. Hello and welcome to another exciting weekly episode of the Super Bunny Hop Sad Poverty stream. And I would like to report that for this week's extra special episode, I'm gonna be extra more exhausted than usual because looks like Signalis just crashed on me for no reason. I've been pulling a few all-nighters this week. Gathering clips for the video. The JPEG list that is 447 items long is probably more than halfway done. The end of the video is actually in sight on a scale measurable in days going into weeks rather than in weeks going into months. I am rebooting the game, and while I'm here, might just spend the time scrolling through some things to show. I'm weirdly excited. What am I talking about? Weirdly? No, I'm not weirdly excited. I'm appropriately excited. The video is finally coming together. There are actual seconds of it available in a video editing program. I've been making some animations this week. Certainly not fancy animation, but this took 12 hours during this week, and on Tuesday I had an extremely hard time. Doom scrolling was happening. Then on Wednesday, I pulled an all-nighter. Thursday, I pulled an all-nighter. In order to still fulfill my quota of the total amount of hours I would like to spend doing this drudgery robot work part of the process, is gonna ask of me about 3 to 4 more hours tonight after this stream. I slept for 4 hours yesterday, 4 hours the day before. Slept pretty normal hours for the first 2 days of the week, but during exact opposite time slot when I should have been. I've been sleeping during the daytime hours. I'm exhausted. I need to get Signalis on the screen. I need to get Signalis. And maximize it up in Alt-Tab. Oh, Lord. Signalis really started to click with me when I turned on tank controls. I was finding it too easy before then from a lifetime of playing similar games like this. And I regard it with some appropriate narrative irony that the storyline is tackling some Philip K. Dick sci-fi problems of androids who are dreaming of electric sheep and having existential crisis over it because of how they're realizing that they might not be fully in control of their actions because their personalities are copy-pasted from other people, and that they live in a state of questionable self-control. I am questioning my self-control when noticing that the game is becoming not even more natural and successful at play, but more sadistically enjoyable as I bump the difficulty up and make the controls more clumsy. I made very little progress last week, extremely little compared to the previous streams. However, I was having a blast. I gotta turn this light off behind me. I wonder how I should broach this thing I wanted to say. Okay. I am exhausted and have done some very lengthy productivity sessions in the $10 Super Bunny Hop Patreon Discord. So if anyone is feeling generous, I think we would all love to have more people in there. We've been watching Twin Peaks. My headphones are fucking up. My headphones are fucking up. I need to play some kind of loud piece of music. The connector, it's slightly bent and needs to be plugged into the computer socket at a certain sweet spot at just the right angle and pressure, or else the stereo balance of the audio is all screwed up. So let's do Silent Hill music. This will be funny because I've been watching a lot of Twin Peaks lately, and well, now it sounds fine. I've been watching a lot of Twin Peaks. No, it's not. It's still coming in too strongly in the left ear. I hope that works. Okay, so in the Discord, we've been watching a lot of Twin Peaks while I've been gathering up JPEGs and making crude little YouTube video essay quote-unquote animations. I am going to call them animations, but they're nothing, absolutely nothing compared to real animations. But they're moving images on a screen. Some minor edits, but even though the diversity of activities has not been very great, the volume and hours of them have been very exhausting. Blockwart bedroom. Computer and a Blockwart office. Okay, so painting is blocked. The moon's mural is still mysterious and needs to be unlocked. Backyard keypad was locked. The commercial corridor is all blocked up. I'm not getting back in there ever. I have a photo canister. Oh, I need to get the Twitch chat displaying on my smartphone. I have a very nice pair of $125 audiophile headphones that, I think skimped some money on build quality because these things rattle. They break. I feel like they're gonna break easily. The connector on the plug has already got a slight bend in it that requires you to twist it around in the socket until you hit a sweet spot, and it's been like that for maybe a year and a half now. I need to not think about that and think about the puzzles I need to solve in the game. Grinder, alley. Okay, Metro platform has a door that needs a key. And the Cables Hallway Pack Station has a scanner that's trying to scan a black and white dot map code of some sort. It's a bitmap. Thing is, disinfection room. I don't exactly see any obvious leads on puzzle solutions from the map. I'm gonna try a long shot of going to the disinfection room and seeing if I can do something with the photo tank in there. It kind of looks like a dark room. There's UV light poured all over the room, and no, I've never actually developed old school analog photos. I don't know what kind of light and chemicals it is specifically, but it's a room with weird purpley lights covering it, and that's kind of sort of what dark rooms look like when you're developing photos, right? Okay, now use... No. Maybe not. I also want to say that these tank controls feel... They feel very natural in this game. That quick turn animation can be a little jank sometimes, but I'm not really noticing unless I'm looking for something to nitpick. It's not a big deal. Oh, hey, Roller42. I hope you get to take a break after the project is finished if you're allowing it. One of the things that's keeping me going is the dopamine rush that I know I'll be getting during the Waterloo Discord movie night. Once again, I'm going to plug some Patreon Discord community incentives. After I release this Kriegspiel video, I want us to watch Waterloo, the 1970... What's the guy's name? Rod Stiegel movie? It's available for free on YouTube. It's very, very good. It will make a ridiculously great complimentary piece to the video essay. And it's, I've seen it twice, and it was damn good both times. Probably like new favorite all-time movie, in the contenders for those. And, it's gonna be intimately related to the topic of the video in a very relevant way. Oh, maybe the photo canister has a QR code or something on it? Yeah, look at that. There's something, some kind of logos and visual notations going on. And there's a note on the back. I think... add something. Can they give me a text readout on what this says? So, when I finish the Kriegspiel video, maybe 4 to 5 days after that, I'm going to have a community movie night in the Discord where we'll be watching Waterloo, and the dopamine serotonin rush, the dopamine high I will be getting from that night is keeping me going in the meanwhile. Anantalarges photoanimin? I don't know what amentolargens in the top line means, but photoanimin seems, like there's enough loan words. English is a Germanic language. I think I can figure that one out. Okay, well, let's use it on the QR scanner and see if something happens regardless. Wheatman, your socks ruined my life. Okay, Luri Lou. Okay, Lou, please, elaborate. I'm curious. Tell me. Spin us a tale. Give us a narrative. How did my socks ruin your life? Firing minds. Need to know. Do I need to issue a refund? Are you going to organize a class action lawsuit? Were they made out of carcinogenic materials that gave you foot cancer? Because I've worn them to cons a few times, and I do recall them being you know, let's say that they're delicates. You want to put them in the delicate cycle when you're on doing laundry on those socks, but I wouldn't say they ruined my life. I made a couple months worth of fun bucks from it. I think that's a a good thing in my life. Not everyone can handle the greatness of George Socks. I haven't turned in since your first stream. How are you feeling about Signalis right now? I'm feeling really, really good, actually. I did start to feel the magic. Maybe, I started to enjoy towards the end of the second stream, but I think it's the fourth stream when I turned on tank controls. No, towards the end of the third stream. That's when I started to feel the magic. The story was getting more intense, and the tank controls really, really ramp up immersion to a degree I was not feeling before. The game was too easy and I was not immersed because of that difficult. I didn't really get anything but ammo, which is not bad. It really makes me want to replay Remake with the tank control option turned on. And just see how different your internal dialogue is. So when you have tank controls on, your eyeballs have to focus on a smaller chunk of the screen than without. You constantly, I'm gonna state this declaratively, I assume this is a fact now. When you play with tank controls on, your eyeballs are kind of zooming in on a little smaller rectangle around your character. Your point of focus on the screen. It's a similar phenomenon to Metal Gear Solid 1's radar focusing your eyeballs on the corner of the screen. When you have tank controls on, you gotta pay attention to what direction your character is facing at all times. And if you lose visual track of what direction she's facing, it'll screw you up in combat when you get surrounded by monsters and can't see it anymore. That puts the rest of the room in my peripheral vision. And one of the all-time universal truths of human storytelling is that whatever's going on in your imagination, in the audience's imagination, is probably for sure going to be cooler than what the artist themselves is going to be putting directly on the screen. Stimulating the audience's imagination is the biggest fucking deal that the human animal is able to accomplish, and thousands of years of progressive accomplishments have been made starting from that point. The rest of the room is in my peripheral vision. I am not quite looking at it so cleanly as I would if the tank controls were off. Therefore, it's a little fuzzier. It's in my imagination. It makes these environments more immersive. You're going through them slower, but you're also not seeing them as clearly, even though the same graphics are in front of your face. It's all a matter of having to pay attention to where your character's face and shoulders are pointed for reasons of orientation. I need to get weapons back around. And actually have a plan for what I'll be doing when I go upstairs. To get the imagination instead of the senses, as they say. Is that a saying? There's got to be some better vocabulary for this, for sure. Yeah, are there, oh man, game design terminology can be awful sometimes. But like, ludonarrative profundity, fuck, that's awful, but it does describe the thing I'm after. Is there a game design term for the player's point of view focus, where the part of the screen your eyeballs are most focused at? I'd like to know that word to be able to adequately talk about why this game clicked with me way harder once tank control got turned on. Okay, what am I doing? Where am I going? I'm gonna go up that fire escape and basically recheck everything? If I missed a grabbable item somewhere? Oh, there's an elevator. I wonder if I can go to an entirely different floor. I need to bring weapons! I'm also very curious about what you think is going on in the story. I'm a little afraid to talk about that, though, because of potential spoilers. The backseat gaming for this one has been insane. There's clearly a lot of, fan passion voted. But I believe the term is focal point. I don't know, optics just fine. I do like focal point. That seems fairly, descriptive, but also it's not gonna turn off people in the audience from what you're trying to tell them. There's, less baggage of smugness baggage, that one. Yeah, the focal point on my character is a little harder for the eyeballs to zoom into, so when something like that poster is in your peripheral vision, it and crosses over with maybe the imagination of what this room is would look like in more higher fidelity, is creating a more immersive effect by plugging into imagination here. Ah! I wanted to mash the use button on the lower right corner of the room, not use the door. Also, I should probably stop responding to chat after a little while. My mood today is very weird compared to some other days, and I would like to enjoy some immersive entertainment and have, what's it called? A single lane train of thought for a little while. It's very mentally refreshing. It keeps you sane in dark time. Okay, maybe there's a hint in these things? Right. I actually did forget that there's a safe code. A song. That's not a part of the code. H-A-A-T-T-A-A. Hada. That's still too many letters, though. I don't know if those letters are available on the rings here. Esther. Oh. Kluber? Maybe I should try Kleber. Those are the tarot puzzle hints. Eh. Wait a minute. Perifolia. I see no keyhole. I see no interactable puzzle items. They, The game developer still went out of their way, though, to put this butterfly box that looks an awful lot like an RE1 puzzle in the RE1 room that has the RE1 Moonlight Sonata song playing in the background and all the flies flying all over the place, like when you're in the cabin in RE1, and a kind of dark mahogany sort of color scheme, like a lot of the fancy rooms and furniture in RE1. And of all fucking things that butterfly box says on it, making fun of you for recognizing the patterns. It also, okay, so here's one fun thing I will talk about what's going on in the story. Fuzzy Happy, you will get an answer from me here. Very curious about what you think is going on in the story. I am currently operating on the unofficial headcanon right now that Resident Evil 1, the GameCube remake, exists in this universe. And that the Gestalt personality that our android girl was copy-pasted from was some kind of, like, fan in the far-flung science fiction future. They were a fan of ancient historical media, particularly RE1 Remake. That's it might not be officially acknowledged by the developers or in the wiki or anything, but I'm having a lot of fun imagining that some of these situations and the way the character is handling this problem are coming from an in-universe memory imprint or something of an in-universe playthrough of RE1 Remake. And the fact that I got so much more sucked into this after turning on tank controls and bumping up difficulty is something the story is forcing me to think about. Okay, I just took one hit. We went from nominal to caution. I never really said out loud, or I never really committed it to my long-term memory, which adjectives in your health meter are worse than the others. If there's anything I can interact with here. Oh no, wrong button. The search the room for knickknacks button being the same button as the open the door and run outside button screwed me up there. I don't think there's anything to get, though. Am I stuck? Okay, the tank controls almost stuck me for a second there. Fine, a little bit of friction is good sometimes. Pareidolia, I think you're just seeing things. Oh, I should have used the stun prod. I keep forgetting about them. No! Hey, I kind of want to reload. It will be useful to kill that enemy because she's blocking a very important pathway. I also think I might be able to grab something. The metal debris is caught in the Lightwell's wedding. I don't know how useful metal debris really is, but something about that. The netting is too weak for my... Oh, I never got a description on that before. Yeah, I feel like there's something going on here that I'm not fully understanding. How far away am I from going up on players? Hey, guilty veggie. Welcome to the Super Bunny Hop Super Poverty Sad Streams. I'm not going through the radio stations again. I've done that twice and got nothing out of it. The puzzle, the next step, not in here. Okay, now my health is at danger, but it still could be worse. Like, I think critical is worse. Our character... Oh. Our character is going slow. Our screen is pulsing with red, but I have seen our character sustain herself under worse conditions before. I'm going for flares, by the way. I'm gonna try to burn that... What was it? That thing. I'm gonna try to burn the, I remembered the name of them last stream and now I forgot. The one with the shield, the riot shield one. Shotgun's still gonna come in useful right out the front door. So is the stun prod. Gotta keep that in. I think I'll be using the flare gun more soon. Ow. Maybe I should reload. Can't wait for the monsters in here to come back to life too. I don't think they turn into Crimson Heads. I think they just turn back into live, healthy zombies. This. Oh, okay. Develop ammo. Happening again. So this is disincentivizing you from really exploiting all the time in the world you have to pour over these areas. Maybe I should look at the moon mural? I feel like it's been a while since I've looked at the moon mural! Ah, okay. Did I game over... This is fine. I think I was feeling tempted to save scum anyway. Did I game over while my health was at caution or danger? It would have been danger. I game overed at danger. Okay, so if I take too hard of a hit at danger, I can game over. Gotcha. Good to know. We're in danger. Let's look at the moon mural. I don't know how useful it is. should reload from one save earlier to go to the moon mirror. No. I think critical is worse than danger because there's a certain health level where she's like bleeding. She will be bleeding. Your screen will be glitching out. You'll be so ridiculously close to death that the game will make no qualms whatsoever. And that was not occurring when I was in danger. It's caution, danger, critical, dead. Nominal caution, danger, critical, dead. Nominal caution, danger, critical. You have 4 health points, 4 hearts. Oh, there's also the satellite communication. Oh, let me actually burn the corpse where it wakes up this time. I should also take another look at the satellite power computer puzzle going on after I eat a bite of breakfast. My sleep schedule is so screwed up that I'm eating breakfast at 8:22 p.m. It's bad. What is this? I don't recall getting hints. Oh yeah, there's a ring? Life of a content creator. It can't last forever. This can't be normal. It really can't. I've been trying to find some way to work for 6 to 8 hours a day like a normal person. There has to be some way to do that. There really does. Like, I'm really, really hoping for God to save my life that, I will figure out a better workflow after this Napoleon video. So big. Taken me a year. I'm in poverty. My mom is dying while I'm in poverty. Because I haven't been putting out videos because Napoleon videos taken up a whole year's worth of time while dealing with emergency. And that can't be normal. That can't. It can't. Like, the next videos I make after this one have to be more reasonable. Really is non-negotiable. A matter of survival. Operating on too little sleep. Too much. Probably shrunken my lifespan a lot already. I really don't know where to go. And I didn't see any elevators, so I'm going to take a look at the computer satellite puzzle. It looks like the only elevator around is this little thing that's broken. Alright, what's this? This thing right here. Oh, set your radio to frequency 125. Got it, Chief. Ah. Is this an anxiety-inducing frequency? So we're trying to triangulate the powered satellite, which means that it should be the one in the middle of the triangle we're forming with these two lines, right? The signal's not changing. Oh, set your radio to frequency 210. Okay. From 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Today I did 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Even that's better than what I'm dealing with right now. Today was 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Yesterday I think was 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's a little better. The day before was 0. Yeah, I slept for 0 hours at least one day this week. So the one at the center of the triangle, there's 3 of them. 51, 59, 60. Is it the one that the lines intersect at? 43 and 45? Let's try 43. Magpie. That tune, the Magpie song that plays in the menu. Elster the Magpie? Let me look that. German translate. Magpie. From English to German. Yeah, Elster, okay. So let's go to the Magpie room, the Elster room, by going upstairs to the ladder. Go through the apartment instead of the... Yeah, I really should take the apartments, not the service stairs. Oh, is that supposed to sound like a bird? Doo-doo-doo. Like a bird song sort of situation. Oh, I might want to turn this off while sneaking past the monsters. 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. Unlocked from the numbers? Was Arian Young a photographer? No. Move! I'm finding it hard to visualize a 2D platformer using tank controls because what direction would you be rotating your character towards or away from in a 2D game where you're looking at them from side-scroller perspective? No, how are we handling X-axis movement there? There's X-axis rotation, Z-axis movement. Okay, we got the star card. There'll be a hint here on where to put it. Burning Eye in the Sky. 19th Night. Booyan. We getting tarot cards. Gosh, it just feels so satisfying to smoothly connect these lines without bumping into anything. Another thing going on with tank controls is a little bit of kinesthetic satisfaction, pleasure from every little second where things are going right. Yeah, it seems like now the chain of dots to connect for these puzzle items is incredibly clear. Whether or not to run is a decision that carries more weight with tank controls on too, because once you're more incentivized to run in a straight line if you are going to be running at all. So you have to commit to a directional in a way you don't without it. Right, there's still another tarot card left, and I'm gonna be stuck at an impasse again once I put it down on the table. So I'm not quite feeling like this puzzle box area has been completed yet. There's still something going on that I've missed. Wait a second. Star? Sun? Oh no. Uh-oh. Well, this is gonna change the interpretation of these passages. Is it a sun or is it a star? It depends on how far away we are, I guess. And I put love down on that one. That kind of sounds like love. Put tower on that one because they're falling from a ruined tower. There might be a whale or a fish card later. Now here we go, a sun or a star. I saw a burning eye in the sky above the clouds, walking through a floating imperial palace when the gaze of the sun-like iris burned my body to ashes. So let's put sun on the 19th. The word sun actually is written. So maybe we can process of elimination where the star goes. Because one of these is going to be a sea monster for sure, or something like a sea monster. And that'll just leave the other ones spot for last. Rotfront or Veneta? Which one sounds like it deals with stars more? Thing. Veneta. Rotfront. Yes, Veneta. Wait. The Veneta space is open. I thought I put tower there. Okay, so does Heimat mention suns or stars? Heimat is not mentioned. That's the process of elimination spot. Also, this graphic on the table is from the main menu. I feel like I've seen that a few places around. But no, I'm recognizing patterns. Just operating off of predictable, thoughtless, animalistic behavior. Pattern worked before, I might as well do it again. Okay, tables. Okay. Well, Butterfly Room is still up for grabs. There's still something floating in the netting of the atrium. There's still a missing dial ring for the moon mural. I guess I'll make a save and just start double checking everything. I'll just make a perimeter around, sweep around a perimeter until I hit whatever I must have missed. Time to call. Alright, we're not calling anyone. Do not backseat. I don't know where to go or what to do. That is a good thing. I want to be a little lost and confused and even a little frustrated when playing a good survival horror game. Friction. Friction can be utilized for good, right? It also creates such an interesting internal dialogue when you're playing a game, compared to other mediums where you're constantly having to second guess yourself whether or not you're doing the right thing. And in this case, that's involving my internal dialogue second guessing whether or not I'm spotting the right patterns. The game's mocking me for it. So good. That's so good. Oh, that is so good! I'm feeling the Signalis magic, for sure. Yeah, past like 3 streams have had moments like that happen. Nope. Oh, there were some portraits on the wall I didn't notice earlier. Check this out. Smack dab, top middle of the frame. Characters pointed right at it. Blockwart. Okay, what is a blockwart again? Maybe I need to go through my notes, because maybe there's an actual narrative justification reason why those photos are there. No, I don't care enough. I need to... I'm being distracted and manic and low on sleep. Oh, Walter Mercado was a famous psychic in Latin America that became... Oh, I hadn't heard of that one. I thought for a second you might have been talking about Uri Geller, the abracadabra boss litigator. Oh, can I... blockage in the way of that? Hey, repair spray. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. From a distance, it kind of looks like the tarot card is still on the table, but no, it's not. I got this one. This was a tower. I remember. You're immersed, Optimal Monopoly. I'm gonna take a break from keeping Twitch chat in my peripheral vision because I am immersed. It turns out that even if I am stuck and not sure of where to go, and I'm just going through areas over again, there is ammo to find. There is still a reason to go slow and mash the A button in front of everything and check every table. Double check that I got anything in the photo store. Oh, I guess. Young photos. Look at that. There's text by the side. Okay, it's blocked by flesh. We're gonna go back that way. Double check the cables walkway. The package room. Maybe there's something in there I missed. It's covered in flesh. That means I'm good. That means I got everything. Wanted to run. No. That was probably really lame to watch, but boy oh boy did it feel tense and nerve-wracking and gratifying to play. Okay, maybe there's something in the trash here. I never really... Let me save before doing that, actually. I never really thoroughly cleared the monsters out and mashed A in front of everything in that, alleyway dumpster. Let's kill them with rifles. Stun prods. Pistol. I'm just gonna reload the SMG while I'm here. Put it away. Wait, I thought I had a... Yeah. Rifle, pistol, stun prod. Let's mash the A button in front of those dumpsters and see if there's anything in there I missed. Yeah, we're missing just one. What is an anticyclonic storm? Anticyclonic. Huh. Well, I don't think that had any puzzle solutions. I used a hell of a lot of ammo to kill those monsters. Maybe I should reload the save and not commit to it. I don't think there's anything else here. An A and nothing's... I am tempted to keep that in my files, though. We're reloading the save, and I'm going to try to grab that note and put it in my files if it's not already there. First thing I should do is check if it's already there. Wait, I didn't check to see if it was already in my notes. The red eye. The storm in the atmosphere that turns red from the light of the suns. Either way, I need to search my notes for a red eye. Article about a red eye, pareidolia. Pareidolia. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh, that was awesome! Stun prod saved the freaking day. I'm overwriting my most recent save with this one. Okay, so I missed a note on the ground, but it seems like it's just flavor text lore and not an actual immediately useful puzzle solution. I need weapons. Something here? Oh. That's by a smuggler? Oh. There's 4 butterflies. And 4 letters in the safe. Are they supposed to look like letters? A. E. O. N. A-E-O-N. Aeon. A-E-O-N. A-E-O-N. How about that? A-E-O-N. A-E-O-N. How about that? How about that? The fuck? That was a really cool puzzle. I feel very clever and awesome for figuring that one out, and I love how the solution was right in front of your face your whole time. And instead, oh my god! Oh my god! And my mind was so focused on Resident Evil comparison stuff that when this thing was telling me to start looking for patterns, I just started thinking straight up Resident Evil instead of letters. Oh my god. Why are they raising butterflies in this? Who wanna, like, Do that in an aquarium? Are they contraband? Is growing butterflies contraband in this environment? Are those insects in the room butterflies or regular flies? I think they're butterflies. The shadows. Look at the shadows. Okay, okay. Check this out. The pattern recognition room. When I first walked in here, I thought these were black fruit fly insects. And that this whole room was designed as a clear homage to RE1. There is a lot more going on now. After solving the puzzle, positioning my character to cast these shadows in a certain way. It's like almost like Outer Wilds or something. The way this puzzle was right in front of my face and just shining the flashlight in the room in a different way completely changes the vibes. Woo. Okay. Moon. I got this. That was good. That was really good puzzle. Hey, can I go down the garbage chute? Yes, I can? I could have done this all along. The dentist room. Magpie box room. Huh. Oh. Oh, there's a piece of debris in the light well. It has now fallen down here with a corpse by looks a thing. Gallery. What's this solution about? Okay, so I remember seeing a poster earlier. I better start looking for patterns. Yeah. Do those look like what I'm dealing with? No, not really. I don't need. No, it's not a sea monster, it's a moon. It looks like the correct placement, nothing happened. I feel pretty strongly. Okay, let's try swapping sun and star. Okay, these must be the moon cycles for the, for the room below. I just have to remember that if my first puzzle combination doesn't work, I'll have to swap the places of the sun and star. Yeah, okay. I'll try one of those. And I will save before trying one of those. Because there's a chance a big fat door will open up to a boss fight when I open up the last locked door left of an area. And there's a chance the boss fight will be very, very difficult. There's a chance it might be the final boss of the whole game. So let's stock up on everything. Yeah, the Eureka on that puzzle was really, really strong. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I think I have to go back and take a picture of the table with the black light turned off so I can get the names of the planets on the screen. Save again before going through. Done. Oops. Oh my god, it might be easier for me to do this on my smartphone. Oh god, the buttons! Will be X, left, left. Okay. Why is my patience all out of whack tonight? It's, am I doing this right? What button was it? Okay. Feeling stress right now. No! Wrong button! Ugh. I'm at. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I feel weirdly stressed out right now while solving this puzzle. The control scheme is for this photo module failed to click with me. It's somehow manifesting as like same kind of feeling I get in my gut when I think about bills. Is that what I want? This what I want. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I think that's what I want. Am I interpreting the colors correctly? What counts an empty or a full circle? In... Okay, Vanetta might be wrong. Oh, Vanetta's being really troublesome here to match up with photo. I'm trying to get this thing to look like the photo, and it's just not. Just not. Listen, guys, I'm trying to get this thing Yeah, it's like rotated kind of counterclockwise compared to what I'm looking at here. Am I maybe I should just be thinking of this in terms of how much percentage of the planet's being covered up by the shadow rather than the angle of the shadow. Blue. And that's... There we go, that's... Okay, and now it looks like 15% of the planet is covered in the shadow. I don't know what's the planet and what's the moon, but there's a shadow being casted on a round celestial object. I'm trying to make the shadow match. Not rotated correctly, but it looks like the same portion. The shadow is being cast. Okay, what is next? It's kind of the opposite of the previous. And that kind of looks like what I'm looking at. Okay. Rot front was empty, and I might want to swap. Oh man, I might want to swap the empties and the fulls, but before I was going to do that, I was going to swap the star and the sun. Those are synonyms. Time mat. Thing. Bouillon and Venetti. Maybe I should try swapping their configurations. But before I think of that, let me just make sure everything's actually correct first. It was an empty circle. Hi, Matt. What was hi, Matt? %, convex to the left. And looks like what it's set to right now. It's just not rotated correctly. I don't know how good I feel about this puzzle in comparison to the last one. Majority of the body's covered up. It's convex, biased to the left. Looks like only 15% of the unshaded area is remaining. That kind of looks like what it's set to. What it was already set to. Okay, I guess I'll try swapping the sun and the star cards place, which was Bouillon and Veneta, correct? %, convex to the full circle. Let's get Bouillon to look like Veneta and then... And nothing is still happening. Flashlight? Oh. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. I feel like I just lost a lot of good vibes I was feeling. What did I do wrong? What did... There's a lot of steps to completing this one. There are about 4 rooms between them. The control scheme for this photo module, I do not like. Let's clear it out. Start over from the top. Make it easier to sift through all the photos next time. Don't tell me the solution, I'm gonna do it. But this one feels like work. I'd rather be working on my video. Remained it. Okay, so Katiza, like a desert armor. Lovers. Oh god, I gotta empty my inventory to do this. Alright, let's... Now, does death sound more appropriate for Katiza's little... No, it's lover. It's obviously lover. Can't even read right now correctly. Lover. Ling sounds like death. Yes, have the death card on its spot. Vanetta sounds like tower. Ever reached the ocean? Lightning, ocean. I don't think those are cards. Tower is the most appropriate one we got. There are no sea monsters. There's moon. Cards seem correct upon the reread. Gaze of the sunlight, iris, sun on Booyah. The text, some of these items is also really low resolution and hard to see. Whether or not I'm interpreting the blue or the yellow sliders of the puzzle below also seems questionable. If I'm supposed to pull a lever or press a button after inputting the solution, that's also escaping me. Is there a button or a lever around the wall here? How come this puzzle feels like work, but the previous one didn't? Maybe because it was kind of passively existing in the background. It's because the solution was not elaborate. It was not so time-consuming. My attention span is going all out of whack right now doing this. I don't feel good. Booyan. Booyan looks like a full circle. So Vanetta, let's make that look like Booyan, and I'll have the same solution inputted I did a few minutes ago. Nothing should happen, but... You rotated this Veneta moon 15 degrees clockwise. I think we would have a match with what we're looking here. As again, I think I see a match. You guys, rot front is an empty circle. That's what it looks like I'm looking at here. Hi, mat. Looks like a mat. Looks like it could maybe use a little bit more shade. No, there's no option for a little bit more shade. You're either shading 66 or 30% of the high mat. Okay, now Lang is just a sliver. But I can't really put in just a sliver. Are these going to be rotated some way? Oh, God. Okay, Veneta, Kitsa, Heimat, and Lang. Let's see if we can flip these things horizontally by using the photographic aid. It's not. No, this isn't what I need to be doing either. Because the Veneta shape is curved in a concave or convex, depending on which chunk of the circle you're looking at. It's not matching. It's there's only one possible way to get this to match, and nothing's happening after getting it matching. I think I need a break. No, I don't. I need to fucking do it. I need to not have stress and have a normal sleep schedule and have a normal life and have videos coming out. Veneta, 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 Veneta. Oh, man, I'm just screwing everything up because the one solution that I think is going to work is not doing anything, and now I'm at a loss, and I don't want to try a different one. Because it's too complicated to try any solution for this one. It takes too much time, and that's the one thing in the world that I have had my fill of. What do I do? Don't even tell me. I want to feel this frustration right now. Because I'm got masochistic tendencies that might have gotten in there from a lifetime of playing difficult video games. God! Walk around. At least I can move my character around the screen doing that. I'm gonna get a drink of water. Headphones are falling all over the place! I'm doing this with paper. I'm not doing these photo controls anymore. Probably contributing to frustration. I think the tarot cards are right. So strong am I in that conviction that I'm more willing to spend the time drafting this thing out on paper than I am going back to double check whether or not I got the tarot cards correct. Okay. Okay. Hooray for tank controls. Tank controls are awesome. Photo module controls suck ass. Photo module controls are some outdated, anachronistic video game bullshit that's just not appropriate anymore. In my drawings here, I'm assuming that the yellow area... Oh no. Oh dear, in my drawings, I assume that the yellow area is shaded. The black area, sunlight. Is that correct? I don't know if that's correct. There's not multiple ways to input them, so it shouldn't even be bothering me as much as it is, but something about this one's really getting me. Maybe because it feels like it's so close to the end of the game and they're just dragging this out. I don't know if I'm drawing these moons correctly anymore. Ugh. 3, 4, 5, 6 or 6 of these. Wait, what's shading? What's... That one is... Okay, now, for this next attempt at the solution, I'm going to assume that the black shaded part of my drawing is the beige wood color, green color, brown color, whatever this wood looking color through my eyeballs is looking like. Okay, so black is gonna be... Let's call black sunlight and the white the shade. In this version of the puzzle that I'm looking at, that means that the wood is black and the blue is white. Mad is the next one I'm going to work on. Black is wood and white is shade. It's already... Okay, so maybe my only problem is that Rot Front and Booyah needed to be swapped. That was my only problem. Jesus Christ. Right, I got it. It was way easier than I thought it was, but getting there was a mental Frustration. And mental exercise. I'm not frustrated. I'm not frustrated. We're gonna do it. We're immersed. I'm feeling friction. What I'm feeling. I'm in a radio room that looks like the room from the beginning of the game when we went through holes. There was a hole there. It's gone now. 3 padlocks. Signalis logos. On the safe. That must have been Camilla. Arion had a mother. I remember reading about a Camilla Young. Oh, whoa, what's, change in perspective, okay. My inventory is empty. Am I still Elster? It looks like I'm still Elster. My health the same as it was? Map data. Anything else? Look at the lean, the immersion here. I'm leaning into the monitor at like a 30-degree angle. Map data can't go out the door. Oh, now they're giving me boss supplies, I'm thinking. Hmm. Okay, hang on. If I recall in the flashlight, in the flashback, we're with Ariana Young on the Penrose ship, and it crashes into the S-23 Sapirsky mining facility. On Ling. Oh, we were not on Rotfront that whole time. We were on Ling. Got some other flashbacks to the radio stuff. Oh, we do have our items back. That's nice. Okay, so need to take another look at that one again. The timeline confusing me. So we had flashbacks to a high school where there was anime high school bullying. Is there ever not? I recently submitted an application for a military service assignment. Okay. So she applied for the Penrose program. Orbital. But may have been forced into some other one of these, but I don't think I'm fully clear on the timeline here still. So before she came here, she was a store clerk at Young Photo Store part-time. And that is on Rotfront. Compulsory military service Rotfront orbital. I remember a flashback sequence of a radio operation room on a snowy looking planet that was probably Rotfront. Long-range radio operations officer training. Is that the same thing as the compulsory military service on Rotfront orbital? And then if she doesn't accept a military service program, she gets sent to the mining facility, but it looks like she did these things. Oh, but maybe can't find another one? Is my brain just broken tonight? Might just be... Leon Lang. Brain's on low batteries, and I still have 2-3 hours of robot work after this. Okay. Yo. From the looks of it, it was shot on Veneta. Okay. So there's Alina Seo. Camilla Young? Who was the other Young? I'm guessing that's what's happening is that there are hidden character switches or subtle character switches, and I think I spotted one happening in the very beginning of the game, where both I think it's unclear whether or not one of them's a Gestalt and the other one's a replicant, or if they're just two replicants who really like each other and have similar compatible personalities. But Alina Young and Seo, I'm guessing we've been switching between those two characters, and they're trying to find each other in the midst of a survival horror situation that turned everyone into zombies. Hairspray. And they're androids whose personalities were constructed with significant amounts of copy-pasting from a Resident Evil 1 remake on the GameCube fan. I think that's a current summation of the best. Yeah, no, that's totally the best interpretation I have to work with. That's 100% of it all. Yep, no need to say anything else at all ever again. Space in your bag for them so they don't get wet. So, Auntie is telling us to leave some space in our school bag for books. They don't get wet. Is that a mention of inventory management? Is our character's insistence towards keeping a very regimented supply of space in her pockets related to that letter? Right, let's save. Oh, I think I get it. The first person view, that's the other character, isn't it? So how are we getting items from the first person sequences? Let's see, we were first person at the radio station, we were in first person in the high school, so I think that means that it is Ariana Young who's the first person viewpoint. You'll be assigned to... Yes. Okay. I think I just saved, right? Okay, so as unfortunately correctly predicted on day one, I think it is awfully stronger now that we are playing as two different characters, cutting back and forth from each other during these fade to blacks. Leave forever, not without the equipment to do a good boss fight. Pistol, revolver, repair. Oh, these will be important. Did I put those away? Cause there was another thing going on earlier where the photo module and the flashlight module disappeared during one particularly abstract cutscene sequence that could have hidden a character switch. Let's bring the grenade launcher, yeah. Let's save with an empty inventory, then build our boss fight inventory and go through the door and cross our fingers that there's an actual boss on the other side. Or something equally satisfying if they didn't want to do a boss. What do I have the most ammo of? Rifle, grenade, and shotgun. Alright, let's do this. Let's leave forever. I have a remarkable amount of patience for doing this stuff. But whatever amount of patience I had for that puzzle before getting in here... not there. Be very far ahead. Oh, can the flashlight help with that, maybe? No. Aha, so that's what the shadows are about. Falky ends and Elster ends. Okay, wait, was the other character a Falky and not the actual damsel in distress we were searching for? I'll take another look at those Falky files. Wait, haven't I, like, looked at the Falky? I think I remember my first reaction being, wait, is that me? How much longer I do not want to live anymore. The red eye beyond the gate showed me, no, touched me, poisoned me. Another person's memory. I'm no longer fully myself, but I'm not fully someone else either. Yeah, Falky. Why would she curse me like this? Have I been, like, possessing a Falky unit at some point during this campaign? Bend the will of weaker minds. Grants her the ability to manipulate objects from a distance. I don't think I've seen an enemy that does that. Maybe that's going to be the final boss. Is that a chorus? Aha. There's the Falky. who I might have been controlling for a chunk of the early game. It's gonna be a while before I have space for a spear. So I guess this is why Mom left us a note to, save inventory space. Look at all these Psycho Mantis effects flying across the screen. If only we knew in 1998 that fighting a manic boss fight through a screen full of Psycho Mantis video glitch effects would become an active part of the game design. Rifle and rifle. On further thought, I don't know if I was piloting a Falke through some sort of subtle, thickly veiled character change twist. I do not remember. Maybe there's some foreshadowing I felt like I was discovering, but I might have come at the wrong interpretation. My first guess. I wonder if Adler still has the note about how many different times you've tried. Hey! That sounded like a bird chirping. They, changed the scream sound effect to sound more like a bird. That's neat. did that consume the spear? Yes, yes it did. Thank you, that was very fine. That's exactly what I needed. I should remember to bring the pistol for sure. I don't think I got anything else. Aha! Huh. I have to dodge these shmup patterns with tank controls. That's interesting. Find ammo. Oops. Walked right into that. Does boss get down on the ground and take damage from a timer? Okay, so next time we're bringing pistol ammo. Gotta make sure to carry an empty space. I think we need more healing items. It's funny. One of the primary challenges of this boss fight is going to be that it will require me to keep at least one empty inventory space that could have been filled up with the weapon beforehand. Oh, maybe the stun prods? I could use one of those before extending it. Oh. But yeah, if the pistol ammo is the only ammo that's going to spawn in the fight, then it is absolutely worth spending 2 inventory slots on that. Shame you can't spend them on a fancier gun. That's cute. That's clever. And now I just have to choose healing items. Keep the other one empty. I have pistol, rifle. Damn, and that's it? Heal, pistol, rifle. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Wow, alright. Try again, 3rd time's the charm. Yo, did you guys see how the rifle shells on the ground were smoking with steam for a few frames? Am I taking damage if I get too far to the edge? I have 5 of those now. I'm sorry, I just realized I'm playing an inventory management boss battle where mashing the A button is gonna fill up my inventory with too much bullshit to fight it correctly. Oh, that's clever. Regardless of whatever frustrations, this game always is able to think of something clever. Time to be using the backup weapon here that I'm gonna get some extra ammo for somehow. Ah! I also gotta pay attention to where I'm running during which attacks she's using, and that's just normal video game boss logic, but I got cornered down there by a chair. I probably could have been using healing items to get out of that one. So I might want to be less stingy about that. I'm gonna run pee. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Why would I want to turn off the downscaling? My imagination is gonna come up with something way cooler to put in between every pixel than whatever is gonna actually be on the screen. What's also wild is a lot of implications of different perspectives as you go through. There is a first-person perspective mod. If they made a VR mod of this, then I guess that would come with the territory, but think of it, maybe I should look into it. Yeah, there's an actual 3D engine running on in the background, and you are not supposed to see everything from every angle. That's non-negotiable. So what was it? Rifle, pistol. That really was it. My heals, which I will get a generous refill supply of if I keep on top of my shit and don't screw up too bad. But yeah, I don't think I'd want to turn this downscaling effect off. It's very intentional, and the game might look kind of more sterile and lifeless without it. Oh, friendly fire! Get out of here. There, finally. Oh my god. Three. Alright, she shoots 3 of those. Oh, rifle ammo. Thank you! Oh, friendly fire! Okay, so when she shoots her goopy black hole ovals, the projectiles are so big that they might actually be good for hitting some of her minions with friendly fire. When she throws her spears, those can go with her friendly fire. It seems like no one is able to handle me walking or running in a smooth circle at a distance of 5 to 6 feet. But when I need to slow down and take aim, I can get real screwed up if I'm caught around environmental objects. There will be a rifle ammo pickup at some point during the fight. There's shotgun ammo somewhere around here, too. Why is there no space, and why am I losing patience and taking a whole bunch of damage again? Yeah, why is there no space? Rifle ammo, you're oh, shotgun ammo, you're kidding me. I thought I pressed destroy there. Destroy. Destroy. Thank you. not having as good a run this time. Sometimes it feels like my inventory doesn't open when I press the button during this fight. Hey. Pick it up! Was the spear blocking my movement? Oh, no! Don't! Ugh. Ugh. Yep. Gonna be one of these. Come on. Thought I had a save with the inventory management already done. Starting to feel the stress again. Come on. Yeah, this is the one. It has 10 minutes of inventory management. Do you have other sprays? I think the blue ones heal very little. They just... I've experimented and found that these were healing me more, faster. The non-upgraded sprays thought they healed less, slower. Yeah, I think I'm taking damage when the screen glitches and I'm at the edge of the arena, because I don't think I've taken any real hits so far, but I have taken that kind of damage. Oh my god. Yes, I want to destroy it. It's really not that big a deal, dude. Okay. Pick it up! Why did the prompt disappear? Ooh! Okay, I really don't like these big black hole ovals. They don't seem elegantly compatible with the tank controls.
What are you going on? Use the spear!
Oh, I don't have a spear. That's what's going on. Okay. Ah! Three. That time she only shot 3. My ammo is, suffering. That was 2. That was 2. That was 3. Trying to shoot more of them again. How do I get ammo in this version of the stage? I think I can take one more hit. But I have no ammo. Okay, maybe do I take damage if she pulls the spear back out of my inventory with telekinesis or something? Wonder how long I can keep running in a circle like this. That was damage. I felt the controller rumble, the screen got all screwed up. But by time, every few seconds, do you take damage or something? Wait, was that damage? It didn't change my verbal description of my health situation. Yeah, the Repair Spray Plus. So this is how I was interpreting what I was saying just then. This restores a medium amount of health instantly. Oh, large amount of health over time. Maybe I was just wrong. Seem to be I can't see. There I am. This is actually kind of fun. What the hell? Where am I? What am I? How am I? But yeah, the circles that I keep having to fly in are actually starting to make a lot more sense with these tank controls. There's a smooth sort of curvature that it seems they want me to be moving with. So that was a waste of a repair patch. She's shooting these things way too fast, and I'm getting stuck in them again. Heal, you goober. Okay. There, did I do it? Silencing. Oh, that's from Drakengard, I bet. Okay, so we cut from violent scene missing to... Was that Falky hugging Arion? Okay, now Falky is hugging Elster? How am I supposed to be interpreting the stage that pops up every now and then with these big black pillars on top of a red background? Where are we? How do we keep getting here? Why do we keep getting here? What is this? How should I... What should my headcanon be? Don't tell me, I'll come up with my own. It was a rhetorical question. She's going back to the Penrose. And I think I remember this one, like, crashing on a completely different planet than the one in the beginning of the game that crashed on, but... Or a completely different colored surface, although the crash sites look slightly similar. Yeah, I remember Snowy Planet from the beginning of the game, which means Rotfront, right? But the previous chapter of the game took place on Rotfront. I don't know, what's the yellow planet and which one's the orange planet? Okay, so we're back in here again. Are we gonna have to press the new game button on the thingy? I think a few of them are moons, so calling them planets isn't technically correct either. Oops. I'm gonna go back and read that note. What's she talking about? She's in a military program. She's state property. In a political dystopia, no less. The Elster unit. Only for okay, so a rebellious girl growing up in a military dystopia falls in love with the cyborg on her ship, and they are assigned for compulsory space exploration military service. She has rebellious tendencies and is into censored art. End of the operational. So we're disposable. Okay, that sucks. So they were drifting through space so long to the point where they both start to approach the end of their natural lifespans. Hang on, though. That's what the cryogenic pod is for. The science fiction usually accounts for that kind of situation. But it seems like even with that, they never... Hang on, let me actually read these things and quit trying to make a headcanon. Let me remind myself why they are so flippant about the time limit here. Because usually in science fiction stories like this, they come up with something, and it's the cryogenics. Life support systems and reactor shielding will soon begin to fail, and radiation may begin to leak from the cooling system. The stories usually come up with some kind of solar-powered chip design while the humans are in suspended animation. But I guess this version of the future sucks a lot more than that version. A future. I shouldn't say the future right now this year. They're dying of boredom on the spaceship. Crazy from the isolation and the cramped quarters, etc., and so forth. questions I do not want answered for sure, but a question I have is whether or not it is the replica. Oh, hello. Or the Gestalt leaving these notes. I guess it would have been this one. I promise. Hello. Okay, so that one's wearing red. We have here is wearing white. Is that the one from the beginning of the game we were playing as for a few hours? The hair's not white. So there were two black-haired Elster-style replicants all along. I guess neither of them would have secretly been Ariane, though, because I don't know that for sure. Our character could be hallucinating everything right now, and then it could fade to black and we'll all wake up from a dream. Or things could just go completely surrealistic, and there could be no great attempt at explaining things very, very clearly. This is okay. This is the second time actually we've gone through that routine. What was the promise? Okay, is that hair white? I don't know if I'm the right Elster, though. Versprochen. You have some Versprochen. Okay, was there a terminal illness and an act of euthanasia now? She got sick with terminal illness. It wasn't just going crazy from boredom in the ship. I missed that at some point along the way, or I'm, interpreting it now like I'm supposed to. When did the, illness issue come up in the story, though? Okay, so the eyeball in the main menu is Elster looking at Ariane while choking her to death as an act of euthanasia due to a terminal illness. I've lost the plot. I really have. I don't know if I should try to piece it back together either. I think I should try to play through the whole game over again is what I should try to do. Together that time. Okay, so there are two Elster units. One of them dies on the ship. The other one repairs themselves on the ship. Both of them were going on journeys looking for someone. The first one was looking for Alina Sio. The second one was looking for Ariane. Arion was eventually found, but contained to a cryogenic pod due to a terminal illness. No one's gonna help them because there's Silent Hill monsters. I don't think the Silent Hill monsters ever really got officially explained. I don't know if they need to. Guillermo del Toro on special thanks. Okay. Well, at least the stress of that will be gone now, and I no longer have to worry so much about being a people pleaser for a game that has extremely affected fans. But even now, I still don't... I was feeling really good vibes up until maybe the last half hour or so. Maybe related to just how the minutiae, the order of events of the plot really seems to break down all of a sudden after I thought I had it. But I don't. Hey, is Ziff Davis still around? The magazine publishers from, like, the print media days from a decade ago? So, on one hand, I don't know how interested I really ultimately am in piecing together the minutiae of the plot anyway, because that's probably going to matter less than meta-narrative themes I'll be marinating on over the next 12 to 24 hours. But the emotional soup in my head right now is probably not where it should be, for sure. There was some good friction with the puzzle at the beginning of the game, but then some bad friction at the very, very end of the game at what are striking me right now in the heat of this particular moment is just straight up either plot holes or plot pulls coming in at the very last minute. Jeremy Blostein, they had a really serious publisher working with them on this one, I see. Ziff Davis and Jeremy Blostein. The Knights of Unity, that's pretty funny. It was, yeah, Humble Games. Who I believe actually got in trouble a bit later. For fucking over some other indie developers, but I guess these guys didn't get shafted by them. Oh no, am I gonna read Lovecraft tonight? Okay. Now, for those who have been watching at home, you might remember that the last time I got hit with a fake ending in this game... Oh, wait, did I just call this one a fake ending? This might have been the real ending. 19 hours? That's a lot. 22, 16 minutes between saves. Enemies killed 91. Promise ending. Yeah, we're all gamers here. We know how this works, right? You know what we're doing? Okay, we're continuing. I was wondering if there would be a new game. Okay, here it is. Begin anew. There it is. No progress will be lost until you save. That's funny. Alright, let's take another look at what happens again in the first 30 minutes to half hour, because I bet all those, what were striking me in the heat of the moment as plot holes and plot poles are gonna come together here. Falky! Falky! Look at that! I know that face. I think that's the Falky. It's gonna say Elster in the menu, but for a second the face looked an awful lot like the Falky at the ending cutscene. Should I reload a previous save and just look at those Falky files and take it in? Is it just me, or does the face on this one look a little different in the screen here? It says Elster in the top of the screen, but there never was any questions over whether or not we were playing as an Elster during any of this. For a while, there was a question over whether or not we were playing as a Falky, but I don't think I believe that anymore. So this should be the Penrose 512. I was not paying attention to the numbers last time, and I don't know if it's a different ship or not. This girl is red. I believe she dies later on in the ship at the end of the game. Our second Elster stumbles upon her. I actually now am wondering whether or not that face I saw in the beginning was Falky or not, because they all kind of have the same face anyway. Oh, you know what we should also do this time to make things a little different? Let's not actually change the... Make things a little more harder. All right. Inventory space is going to be tighter, graphics are going to be blurrier. Oh, that looks good! I was worried it wouldn't in 1080p. Oh. Let's fucking rewatch the beginning of Signalis again, slightly differently than before. Oh, that text looks so... Alright, so the Gestalt Scout Officer is going to be Arion. Supported... Now, the text here is saying a land survey ship technician, Elsters. It's assuming that there's just one. Neither of those jobs sound like they should be time-consuming enough to warrant a natural death of sickness or old age on a spaceship searching for habitable worlds through the universe. In any case, they got the cryopod right here, so I'm still kind of confused at why that was even a facet, unless Arion was not about to die a natural death at all, and the disease they're talking about is the Silent Hill virus zombie stuff. That could have been it. That makes a little more sense. That makes a little more sense. See if I remember the code. And I think it's a fade to black when we open up the cryoropod. And there is an implication that we'll be switching to a second Elster unit from there. Oh! So this one just dies. This one, if I'm rewatching the scene again, this one's just gonna die and not go anywhere or do anything, really. I remember glue. I'm looking for glue. Okay, so Arion did wake up previously. Wait, how am I supposed to know? Okay, no, that is Arion writing, because they're referring to Elster. Questions over whether or not it was the replica or the Gestalt writing the note were at play at some point. Okay, so we're looking for Arion Young right now. Arion, right. So Arion's not here, but she's gonna come back at the end of the game? Double checking for glue. Tape, not glue. Okay, so we did crash land on a low temperature world. Previously, on my first playthrough, I assumed it was Rot Front, but it might actually be Leng? Which means that our second Elster unit is thousands upon thousands of miles away. Extremely far away from these events right now. That looks really good. Alright, now we're first personing. We are totally first personing in the snow, and I think I recall things fading out around the time we're looking at... Okay, this is the stage where those weird transitionary cutscenes will keep happening. So there's weird transitionary cutscenes might be Elster number 1 dying in the snow after walking off the ship looking for Arion following a mysterious crash landing. Now we're going to go down the hole. And there's going to be a little radio room on the other side. And the secondary hole at the bottom of it might not even be real. It might just be a social hallucination these characters are experiencing. Oh, maybe I should have tried to go back up the stairs first. And if we turn around, I think the hole will have, yeah, been covered up, disappeared. There's 3 padlocks on here. Box wrapped in chains. Got some kind of secret ending or something here? Oh boy, am I gonna have to play through Signalis again to get the real ending? Coastline and island, are they photographs? Yes, yes they are. Aerial seals, I'm sure they are banned. Textbooks on radio operation. Wait a minute. Okay, so maybe this was like a little hideout that Arion had built for herself. Look old and worn. Oh, there's the king in yellow again. Okay, you know what we're doing for this playthrough? Immersion no longer matters that much. Firefox, new window. How many people have read The King in Yellow? Because I have not, and there might be spoiler warnings on the Wikipedia page I'm gonna drum up for us here. King in Yellow. A book of short stories. Oh, that's good. I'm gonna go pee in the bathroom while thinking about that. I'll be Ugh. Ugh. I'm back. The second time I read the Odyssey in recent years, I made a little diagram of Russian nesting dolls inside each other to help me follow the nested layers of narrative as you go through the Odyssey, and I feel like hand drawing a little note of the Signalis plot might be necessary as well. All right. I guess also I shouldn't be so stingy about chat backseat gaming and spoiling things anymore at this point, because we are, oh god, no, there's a second ending. So less stingy, but let's please not spoil whatever happens in the second ending or whatever pieces are going to make the story make way more sense on the second playthrough here, which means am I still like thinking I should be vigilant about spoilers? In any case, I'm gonna make us a chart here. Paint, MS Paint. We're gonna bring up a paint window and get it on the screen. Capture the MS Paint window. I would still be vigilant. Yeah, I'm thinking I should still be vigilant. Okay, so we're gonna try to figure out the story of Signalis with MS Paint. Let's get a good view in the background. I turn my head a bit more. Oh. Oh, we can pick it up? Now this was the magpie. At some point you hear this in the game. Magpie audio, where was it coming from? I remember that being important. Why is my memory failing me? We used it to solve a puzzle. I explicitly remember shoving this audio into the puzzle. I don't remember where we get the audio from. And it kind of sounds like a bird call. All the characters are named after birds. What was that? I looked away from the screen during that. I was petting my dog. I'm sorry. Okay, she's in the room. She's wearing the suit. She's having memories, visions. What's that? Things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. Okay, now is she becoming a Silent Hill zombie? How does the body on the ship wearing her outfit get there then? I still am unclear on what the promise was. Did they ever say what the promise was? Is it all fan headcanon? Chambers primarily wrote romances from this. Now, was that a school? That didn't look like one of the environments I saw before, but it reminded me of the concrete school that you get a flashback scene from. Oh, death screen. Yeah, we transitioned to a different location. Right, so the first time through I called this, like, what, extended fade to black? But no, that is the death screen you see when you die. Okay. So, she dies. There's potential... I'm still thinking that, like, crawling into the radio room might just purely be in her head. Later on in the game, don't we find a dead android on top of a ship and, like, put this android back together with parts from that android? So now we're on the Sapirsky mining facility. Okay, I came all the way here to find her. So let's chart this out. Let's chart this out. Signalis. It's not showing on. There we go. Okay. Signalis begins with Elster number 1 wakes up on empty ship. Arion has left. Elster number 1 searches outside in snow. Okay, empty ship that crashes on ice surface, because that's important. There are different surfaces later. We're gonna see cutscenes where pillars are gonna show up on a red or orange backdrop, unlike the blue or white backdrop of the snowy planet. So there are multiple planets at stage, so being able to like trace where we are seems relevant. Arion is left, searches outside in snow. Crashed happened some point before. Arion left some point before. It's unclear how much time passed between crash, Arion departure, and waking. Ulster number 2's journey becomes surreal. Potential hallucination? At discovering holes within holes that lead to what has to be Arion's radio station room. Lead to one of a few of Arion's radio station room. This one was a hideaway. I don't need to write that. It was full of banned literature and pretty photographs, and I don't need to write that. Okay, I had a typo up there. Elster number 1 dies. Elster number 1 dies / zombifies in are now Elster number 2 in the Sapirsky mining facility. Now, why are we controlling her? Where to find her? Elster number 2 is in the Sapirsky mining facility looking for her. And she's going to change the name of the player's objectives. The player is already in the mindset of going on a survival horror damsel distress quest, and thus is probably not going to be questioning this much. But those of us who have played 30 years of survival horror games and Ludo meta-narrative plot twists are able to recognize these things. Anyways, the photo has changed. The names have changed. Photos and names have changed. Inventory, I might notice it later. It says Elster in the inventory. Oh, the photo changes in the inventory. And that's like a Silent Hill trick. Alinas, yo, at this point in the game, I was rolling my eyes at how I had seen and done it all before. Even on replay, I'm noticing it, but have different intentions and different understandings this time. Pigment was damaged by time and exposure to the elements. Like, this is a different photograph. This is a different Elster unit. Not a whole lot about the inventory screens look different, but it does seem like the face on this one is very slightly different. I'm already face blind as it is, but when I started a new game and loaded up, there was something jarring about the face that I couldn't point. Now I'm not seeing the jarringness. Might have to look at them side by side to really be able to point it out. So, Elster number 2 came all the way from somewhere else. Elster number 2. Oh, hideaway room. Eddie, no, don't climb into my computer's case and then slap the controller on the ground when I'm pulling you off, and now I gotta plug the controller back in and the game might have crashed and I might have to restart the whole thing all over again, and I'm tired, boss. I am tired. Ugh, Eddie, you're gonna pull a cable. The cables are sensitive. You can't sit in my lap right now. Yeah. Oh, okay. I am not looking at that video frame by frame right now. That's not the part of deciphering the plot that we're at here. Elster number 1 wakes up on empty ship that has crash landed on an icy surface. Arion has left. Searches outside through this. Elster number 1. Unclear how much time has passed between crash, Arion departure. Some surreal potential hallucination at discovering holes within holes that lead to one of a few of Arion's radio stations. Oh, the other thing going on is the first-person perspective switch. That's important here. FPS perspective switch. Switch. Okay, we might not necessarily be playing as Arion when we're in first-person mode, so much as we might be playing flashbacks or memories that are coming to the Elsters from Arion. Are we playing a daydream of or memory sequence? A daydream / memory of Arion when in FPS mode? Question mark? I think that's something that has been consistently happening. That one's probably not too difficult to deduce. Okay, we're else looking for her. Photos and names have changed. Elster number 2 came all this way from somewhere else. I hear the controller dead. Controller died. Has died. I will have to restart the game. I don't think we got to a single save point yet. Okay. We'll be using mouse and keyboard controls until then. That'll be interesting. Right mouse button, left mouse button. Reload is R. Use tool is C. Interact is F. Inventory is tab and map. Laying at the frontier. Okay. I think this does confirm that there are very different planets. This is Lang. Risky mining facility. And the first one is, I think that first sequence happens on Rot Front. It's the snowy one. Lang is the orange desert one, I guess? I don't know. Don't need to go back. She took the lift to get here. Came from. There's no point in going back. I don't know if that's relevant enough to go down in the notes. I did say she came from somewhere. She has a purpose. I'm starting to wonder if it's a little sinister, actually. Here we are. Julie. So with the CRT filter on, the dead Yuli unit over here almost looks like a two-dimensional sprite, like it was hand-drawn from concept art. Oh god, that looks fuzzy. I still wish I was playing this in 1440p instead of 1080p, but I am fine looking retro aesthetic. I need to get out of here. I forgot what direction my character was pointed when I moved her in here. Having to squint to see what direction her shoulders are pointed at is that much more difficult with the CRT filter on in 1080p. There we go. Gotcha. Fun little challenge. Oh, I was immersed in those keyboard and mouse controls that I forgot I needed to restart the game to get it to pick up my USB controller after it fell on the floor. The USB cable got pulled out of the controller, and I just have to unplug, replug, restart the game to get it back up and running. So, I think I might wrap the stream up in about 15 minutes. I don't know if any super huge plot revelations on the replay will occur there in 15 minutes, but what we are doing here is consuming a non-linear story. Okay, these have the riot shields. Darling. So we're talking about a completely different woman than who we were searching for a few minutes earlier. come the library with the aperture card? Elster number 2 meets Issa, meets Starling, Star, and Issa, who has recently killed a zombie with a knife. Call it a Silent Hill. I do remember that knife showing up over times. Okay, and Isa is also looking for a missing woman named Erica. What's important about the hexagons? Is it like some this is actually hell thing? 'Cause I think I get it. I don't need any more help for that one. So wait, does that mean that Judeo-Christian mythology is the real, actual way that the Signalis universe works? If we're in hell, does that mean that God exists? If we're in hell, how deeply did the developers think about the theology of that situation? Because, that means that we could have gotten away with a lot, actually. If we're in hell, does that mean that Dante and Plato and Virgil are like roaming around here somewhere and they're gonna read us poems? Looks so ridiculously good with the CRT filter on. Why are they doing that? This is a lot scarier than I remember it. It looks like I'm playing a Sega Saturn game now with, like, ridiculously good pixel art. Yeah, making, this kind of aesthetic. Very, very clean aesthetic with the camera quite distant from our characters and then crunching all these pixels up through so much downscaling. Almost, in effect, makes me look like I am playing a SNK game on a Sega Saturn. Like a King of Fighters, a Metal Slug, ridiculously highest quality pixel art is the illusion. Oh, I remember this one. Need another key card. Has it ever explained what the censorship floor is for? I wonder if I could deduce it. Workers. Okay, classroom. Educational floor. Worker accommodation. Wait, or is that where I'm here right now? Wait a minute. No, hang on. Our character coming from somewhere else might be more important than we were initially giving it credit for, because she might have come from the censorship floor. The elevator. It says she came down from the elevator. And now either the facility decided to censor the name of the floor at some point before the Silent Hill zombification, or our character is unwilling to read the words and her cyborg programming or something is blocking them out. Also, that was Alina's diary. Alina Sio. Okay, Alina, Ariana, Elster, number 2, finds notes in workers' quarters confirming Ariane is below. Us players know that Ariane is up above. So it's like they're two different people. But maybe they're not, and it doesn't matter because it's surrealism and we're in hell. Which is why I think I ultimately might be like kind of disappointed if it turns out that that's the twist. Because if we are in hell, they can get away with everything, but I don't know if they really got interesting with it. I don't know if they read Dante's Divine Inferno before making a game where it takes place in hell. I don't know if they read City of God before. Anyways, I'm gonna that. The teeth are not moving. I remember being a little confused earlier about what it was that gets these teeth moving. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong part of the screen. That's what. The teeth up top are moving. I was looking at the ones on the bottom. Iridolia thing. Is it like a red herring? Yeah, I am wondering if the hell stuff is a red herring. I don't know if the George interpretation wants to believe that this is taking place in hell, as that seems kind of like a cop-out. Abstract memories. If the surrealism is coming from a psychologically explainable place in the characters' personalities, that's what I'm all about. Hell itself is a social construction. It's a psychological... I'm sorry, guys. Hell is probably not real, okay? It is real in the sense that it exists in the heads of everyone, not material reality, psychological reality. That's why I'm bringing it up, that they could get really interesting about the psychology of the characters by having the game take place in hell. If everyone kind of... Like, Silent Hill does that. Silent Hill might as well be hell. And all of the demons everyone's seeing inside their heads are getting manifested into a physical reality. Yeah, so let's see. Fudge, there might even be more psychological stuff to dig into here. Right. Okay. In which case, maybe we can just call it semantics. You guys can call it hell. I'll call it psychological surrealism, and we'll more or less have the same entertainment experience regardless. So like Twin Peaks, for example. Twin Peaks does not take place in hell. It takes place in a magical reality that has a lot of psychological social constructions manifest themselves into and out of other people's dreams in sequences that are so convincing they think it's real, but the sense of reality breaking down into hellish, astrally projected psycho realm is something that can either be Doom or Silent Hill 2, depending on the level of interpretation and research proposed. I got to another save point. I should probably wrap up this stream, but I simultaneously hate and love it. I'm feeling like a gut in my stomach, high blood pressure from stress, and also at the same time, part of the stress is also knowing that this game has extremely rabid fans who are going to hate me for not being at the edge of my seat with wonderment and excitement the whole time, while at the same time, I'm still definitely feeling the surreal enjoyment of piecing this thing together. In any case, do we have more interpretation? Should I save this MS Paint plot chart? Okay. Yeah, for the final act of streaming tonight, I will try to connect the dots between the first hour of game that we just played with the last few hours of game that I played earlier. So to start it from the top. Wait, but there also might be some interesting chat messages. Hello, Reaper Bin. Signalis is a good game. Yeah, if anything should be taken absolutely literally, it's the tarot, in my opinion. Oh, also the meat realm. There's also the meat realm too. If physically impossible hellish surrealism is supposed to be happening at such a regularity that you just get used to it and accept it as normal reality, there's also the whole the meat level. That's probably the closest we come to the typically Judeo-Christian depiction of hell, you know, but maybe hell really is just other people. Yeah, right? John Paul, sorry. There are hell is real because it's a real social construction, right? So yeah, putting sixes and hexagons as a red herring for pareidolia, for mocking the player for engaging in pareidolia, sounds like what I'm going to interpret that as. It doesn't have to be hell. It's fiction. It is a fiction. It's a work of fiction where there's surrealism being employed. Doesn't even matter. Whatever. Sure, hell. But just leaving it at that. Leaving the explanation there is a cop-out. There is something more detailed going on, sure, but I hate that you can just summarize up these surrealism horror situations so succinctly by saying hell. I consider that a red herring. There's got to be something more fun going on with that. I don't think it's unimportant at all, but I don't know how literally it should be interpreted. A bunch of math references in Signalis. Hexagons are an extension of that. If anything should be taken absolutely literally, it's the tarot. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Take it from the top. Signalis, you boot the game up. Elster number 1 wakes up on an empty ship that crashed on an icy surface. Arion is left. Elster number 1 searches outside in the snow. It's unclear how much time has passed between the crash and Arion's departure and you waking up. Elster's number 1's journey becomes surreal as potential hallucinations may lead her into discovering holes within holes that lead into memories of Arion hiding out in radio operating rooms, reading novels, hanging art on the wall, and playing with radios. At that moment, Elster number 1 dies, or maybe turns into a Silent Hill zombie. It's not quite clear. Now, there's a continuity error. No, what am I saying? There's a continuity contradiction. It might not be an error, because we're going to figure it out. Where Elster number 1 dies / zombifies Arion's radio hideaway room. However, later in the game, we find what I was presuming at the time as I was playing to be Elster number 1's dead body is on the Penrose ship. Now, There was an event where Elster number 2, I believe. I thought there might have been a character switch, but I still think that was Elster number 2. Midway through the final act of the game, Elster number 2 has a near-death experience and then repairs herself back to health using spare parts from another dead cyborg. And I'm wondering if that was Elster number 1. That hell is the wrong interpretation beyond a colloquial. Yeah. I think I am all about the colloquial meaning. I'm not about the interpretation. The Judeo-Christian. I don't think the Judeo-Christian. Yes, okay. I have a hard time believing that God and heaven exist in the same universe as the Signalis universe. I do have an easy time believing that the bioresonance telepathy gets everyone seeing everyone else's demons in meat realms as a manifesting thing. Psychological. It's all in everyone's heads, but they are experiencing it for real in their reality. It's delusion. With magic and supernatural bioresonance stuff. Right explanations. Okay, so Elster number 1's death is a little fishy. We find one on the Penrose ship. Elster number 2... almost dies, repairs self with recycled android parts from another number 1 question mark. Something a lot less friendly and comprehensible than any human god is behind all this. Where in hell, why is God is behind all this. But one of the fun things about getting into mythology and history is that the whole point of humans inventing God is to try and think of what could possibly be dreamable by a human that reaches non-human parameters. I don't think that has to do with deciphering the plot of Signalis. What I need to do is try to remember from sheer memory what happens after you find notes in workers' quarters confirming Elenasio is below. Us players know that Arion is up above. Let's load up an old save and dig through the notes. I'm going too late, actually. I need to pull myself apart from it. Oh, wow. It's been cropped out like that this whole time, has it? Wait, hang on a minute. Why... Baron why is Falky here? She's perfect. Why are we big fans for Falky? I don't remember there being... I'm still kind of confused, actually. Why was Falky the final boss, and why did they act like they knew each other? And why do we have a salivating Falky fan in here who thinks she's perfect? What did Falky do? I'm still kind of unclear. Wait. The red eye? Please don't tell me. that the Eye of Sauron is what turned everyone. Can't be that, can it? Finding out what turned everyone into zombies is, I guess, what you get on the second playthrough, piecing all this together with Wikipedia and your corkboard. But I am crossing my fingers and hoping that kind of like Twin Peaks, the supernatural entities that are possessing the people and turning into demons is a poorly explained metaphor or archetype that will be immediately less cool than that is not fully explained, because if they did, the explanation would be less cool than the supernatural evil force turning everyone into Silent Hill monsters being something like militarism or surveillance or paranoia. A concept, not a monster, not a creature, or a monster or creature that very explicitly represents a poorly explained monster or creature that represents a very explicitly explained concept, and slash or a explicitly explained concept itself with no creature attached. Putting this together is a lot more fun if you see it from Lynchian perspective. Yeah, no, why not? Because there is this thing going on about the red eye, and I wonder if it's plugging into quasi-partial red herring to mock the player for pareidolia. Because I highly doubt that the explanation is gonna end at a mysterious atmospheric anomaly has driven everyone crazy and turned them into monsters. It sounds more like their overwhelmingly oppressive social environment has caused everyone to very much go crazy in the ways that normal people would, and the Silent Hill stuff is just a commonly culturally accepted archetype or monster that represents the greater social dynamics at play of a zombie horror story. So, like, part of the process of going through these things is always trying to figure out what turned everyone into a zombie. But by the time you get there, the explanation is always so much more interesting than T-Virus or God and Hell deciding to turn everyone into zombies supernaturally. What if everyone gets turned into zombies psychologically because they already kind of were? They crossed a point of no return. Yeah, let's leave it there. That's the interpretation. That's the headcanon. That's what I have come to after MS painting the threads together. The game is gobbledygook if taken literally. Both God and Hell did it as a bit. Settles far more into place if you consider the emotional / mental conditions of the characters into the interpretation of the physical world. Yeah. I think that's how it's settling here for me. I'm interpreting the surrealism as psychological manifestations being visualized through a society that is used to tackling them as silly video game archetypes. This android is copy-pasted from a human personality who was a fan of Resident Evil or PlayStation horror games, and even though she might be walking through an abandoned facility that is full of angry, crazy people who don't want her there for not great of a reason. Or if the monsters really... Yeah, no. Okay, Silent Hill monsters, something zombifying the people, and it's just concepts. It's just abstractions and concepts and social construction. And I imagine that on that second playthrough of getting the alternate ending with the padlocks in the safe, you don't get a more concrete explanation, but you do get a more explicit explanation of what abstract forces were at play there. I think that's where I'll leave this. I might pick Signalis back up again in the future, but we'll be moving on to a different game next week for sure. I'm ready to put it to bed. I thoroughly enjoyed myself despite some frustrating moments and a relatively underwhelming first day when things picked back up later on afterwards. And I feel very, very complicated emotions about whether or not I should reply now to the developer reaching out for me. Because I seriously don't want to cause any negative psychological damage in the world. If I didn't like the game as much as they wanted me to, I'd rather them just not know. But then again, if I liked the game as much as they wanted me to, then, like, I should share that with them. But what if it doesn't work? Ah!